Hello, everybody. Except for Cursed Devil. Go back to bed. 30 minutes is not enough. Hello, everybody. Alright. Today is Window Manager Day. Today is the day that I don't know, install a Linux distro and then just check out window managers and then decide how to make my window manager better and then probably complain about Linux a whole bunch. I do that all the time, but I'm gonna do that even more today. Can't wait. Alright. I've had my heater on at the maximum setting for like an hour or two, just wasting electricity. Making my power bill go crazy. And it's still cold as shit in here. So, that's great. It is time to suffer. Yes. Alright. Well, hi Ben. Okay. Well, I have over here a virtual machine with the best Linux distro ever created. Hannah Montana Linux, obviously. Take your time. I love that sound. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? What even was the pin for this shit? I don't remember. Right, that was it. This is the best Linux distro. You know what? I'm not doing this to myself. What the shit? Get the fuck out of here. Error shutting down. I can't even close properly. Well, there's hell. Hell has been shut off. Cool. Alright, I had to start with a little bit of research, obviously. Also, I saw this yesterday. I heard about it on YouTube after I stopped streaming, but whatever. Just yawned and scared the shit out of me. I'm so used to him being asleep. Stream has a very long delay. You have to refresh it, and then it gets a little bit better, but yeah. Yesterday when I did the gaming stream, I was trying to have it at low latency, and it literally wouldn't start. Also, if you look at my server in the videos channel, on my Discord server and videos channel, where you get a ping every time I go live, there's like 50 different notifications because of that problem. The stream just kept restarting. And eventually I was only able to get it to work when I raised the latency back to normal. But even then the latency shouldn't be like that high. Feel like a problem on your end, maybe. Okay, what are some window managers? I actually have no idea how these work. But anyway, Twitch has a decent latency because Twitch is a slightly more competent platform. Emphasis on the slightly, but a little bit, you know. It's something. With that being said, there's not that many people here yet to give suggestions, but of course, to test out a window manager, I have to test out a distro. So I'm gonna need something like that. And does it play dispatch? I don't do that. I'm not gonna ask you what I was gonna ask you. Yeah, I think Twitch has better latency. i3 and Hyperland. Yeah, those were the two. Okay, I think here they were suggesting i3. You don't need animations. I got summoned by a Windows boot sound. Sorry about that. I don't know. You are not allowed to give suggestions. You go to bed. I forgot what I was gonna say. I could use animations, cause like we're trying to test out what it works like, what it looks like, how it works, all of that stuff. So yeah. Any timeline on a new YouTube video? Wednesday. Yeah. About 2-hour long video. Gotta get that monetizing money. If they're forcing me to monetize, I might as well just make money off of it. All right. I love how unhelpful Reddit can be. And technical Reddit is just cherry on the cake of useless fucking answers. What window manager should I use? Why not just install one, use it for a week, and if you don't like it, try the next one? Well, Jesus, I wonder if they're asking for suggestions specifically to do that. This is the... It's not the most voted comment, but it is the top one. You can try all the window managers in Ubuntu itself and then settle on the one you like. My main goal here isn't to choose one for my main like desktop, it's to choose one to develop. Well, not even to choose one, just to like see what features they have, what people like about them and stuff, like experience them myself so I can make one. But I mean, if I do end up liking one, I will install it. But I don't want to install them on my main machine until I'm sure, because you end up installing so much shit, and then it just like stays there. It doesn't really matter, but it bothers me. Okay, they're saying Sway, i3, and there was another one, Hyperland, of course. And for distros, we were talking about Arch or CatchyOS. I don't know about Arch. Doesn't that need like a lot of setup? Should I just get Omar? Omar? How do you... Omachi. Omachi. Wait, no, actually, I've literally not heard that name in like a month and a half. I feel like, just like I said, it was just hype for the month of October, and then people moved on to... What are we even doing nowadays? What hype Linux distro are the cool kids installing nowadays? Hello, Ace. Hyperland is just i3 and Sway, but with animations. Well, I like animations. I'm not sure how they're gonna run in a VM, but hey. Alright, so we got Hyperland. We got i3. And we got Sway. I'm assuming this is not the Sway you're talking about. Create visually striking newsletters, presentations, and documentation in minutes. Without AI? I don't know about this without AI. Yeah. Kind of not trustworthy, you know? What are spins? Alternative desktop for Spidoras? Where the fuck did I read that from? Neri for the new scrolling take on window tiling. Oh yeah, we saw scrolling. And I already have like kinda scrolling. This one? Burning Micturition? What kind of word is that? Oh my god, I cannot speak. Urinary tract infections. I think this is the one you're talking about, right? Scrollable windows seem nice. And tileable, of course. Since I already have the scrolling functionality. I want that, and tileable would be nice too. I guess you can combine the two. It would be stupid to not combine the two. Alright, I actually did not open the one that I actually meant to open. It's this one. It's a drop-in replacement for i3. Okay. Then we got i3, which is an improved tiling window manager. Improved upon what? Alright, we're going down the rabbit hole for sure today. Mother compositor with the looks. That's it, just the looks. Okay. I cannot help but feel that most of these are just hype. I'm sorry, but I feel that way. Record some config at the beginning. If you just want something that works out of the box, it's a bit complicated. Yeah, that's the thing. I do need whatever I use to be somewhat working out of the box, because otherwise we're just going to spend the entire stream setting up the Linux distro that I use, and then on top of that the window manager, and then it's going to take about a month to just go through these. So Fedora is the only choice. Would I be okay with using Fedora then and installing the shit on it? I honestly have no idea, so. Alright, let me see what Fedora spins are, because, alright, people are saying Fedora. Oh, I see. Are they just pre-built? Yeah, kind of. That's the impression that I'm getting anyway. Sway? Miracle? KDE Plasma Mobile? Cosmic? Nice. I also considered installing Fedora as a main distro, so I have used it a little bit. I was gonna use Fedora instead of Ubuntu, and then I ended up not doing it. And then I was like, I'm either gonna get Ubuntu or Debian, and I ended up getting Ubuntu. I'm not entirely sure what made me choose between those two. Alright, so I guess Fedora spins seems like a good idea, yes. We're on Intel. Okay. Then Sway also. All right. And any of these others that might be worth looking into or not? Because I have no idea what any of these things mean. So, a 3D window manager? What the fuck is a 3D window manager? Could also just use the base Fedora system and install all the window managers at once. All at once? Damn. Yeah, Sway did say that it was a drop-in replacement for i3. So they're kind of the same thing, but just on different window servers. God, the Linux world is fucking complicated. Overly complicated. Yeah, window systems. What even is Wayland? I mean, I know it's like a replacement of it, but like... Windows System Protocol, yeah, same thing. Compiz Linux. It's a fancy 3D virtual desktop switcher from way back in the day. What? You need a mobile phone to be on my Twitch? That one's a new one. What do you mean a 3D? What the fuck? It's not linked in my YouTube?
So I decided to do this quick video about the Compiz window manager. Again, it's quite old stuff. People consider it.
Alright, can we get to the actual window manager, my brother?
Sure, it's this one. Familiar, for example, from every window is the resize window.
This doesn't look like the thumbnail. can't believe this man lied to me.
Immense
Oh, here we go, here we go.
thing for switching your virtual desktops. It's really not useful at all, but for some
Yeah.
reason that's what Compiz is famous for. I do have the plugin enabled still to have switching between my two virtual desktops somehow animated.
Oh yeah, my Discord
A
is not
much
here.
more
I mean, my
useful
Twitch is
plugin
not here.
is the Expo. If you have a bunch of windows open, you can use the Expo plugin to organize the windows between your virtual desktops like this.
Why would you do any of this?
Then there's the negative plugin, which makes any window display in negative colors. So if there's like some application with white background and black text, I can use the negative plugin to read white text on black background instead, which I much prefer.
Alright, I added my Twitch.
The enhanced zoom desktop plugin that zooms the area around your cursor. As I'm using
A little bit too
television
much, I would
display
say.
and sit quite
This is crazy. Where would you get any of this? Alright, so we're not doing that, I'm sorry. But we're not doing that. Did I download that? Yeah, I did. Okay. So, new virtual machine, and it opens over here. Of course it does. Local install media, that is right. Okay. Where is it? Oh. Okay. Let's start with i3, I guess. Hey, Nexus. Operating system, Fedora, that is correct. Forward. Take 8 gigs of mem. Up to 16 megabytes available on the host. Really? I didn't know I had that much. Verify your age. Oof. I don't think there's anything I can do about that one. Let me see real quick. There may be something I can do about that. Age verification for the UK? Okay, then yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Disk image, we don't really need it. But I mean, I'll give you one. What's 20 gigs anyway? Fedora i3. I hope anyway. This is the i3 one. I think it is. Okay. Right, you can just test it without installing, so that's gonna be helpful. How do you even get your mouse here? All right. Oh, you're not in the UK? Okay, let me take a look at my settings real quick. God, Twitch's settings are so difficult to navigate. They have a settings tab, but not all the settings are in that. You have not configured. Do you want me to generate a config? I want you to generate a config. Win as the default modifier or alt as the default modifier? Let's go with win. Moderation, maybe? Nope, it's not in moderation. Is it in stream settings? Which is just an incredibly I think it's here. Alright, so let me just fix this real quick. It's not here. Fuck's sake. Here? Nope. Oh my god, I'll just look at it during the ad break. Alright, I see. I did something. I don't know what that is, but I did something. Alright, how do I use this shit? Win D to launch apps. Thank you. Oh, I see. It's a window manager and I have to type stuff in, don't I? What the fuck do I even type in here? Just an app name? Oh, I see. Please type live inst and press enter to start the installer. Are we talking about the concept of a window manager being this unintuitive is killing me. Shit, I thought mine was unintuitive because it just shows you like a little color empty screen. And I was like, I need to find a way to make that more intuitive. This is my competition. What the fuck am I talking about? Um, is Live Inst talking about the Linux installer or? I probably shouldn't run random shit like that. Why is it? Why does that look like Windows? Hello? That looks like Windows. What the actual fuck? Okay. Cool. Well, no, we're not doing this. All right. Um. Also, my screen resolution is like 10 by 10 pixels. That's not helping. But all right. What did we say the modifier for opening a new window was? It was Windows D key. What the fuck did I do? No, it was not. Why did that work on my... All right, there it is. That opened my desktop on my actual computer. Can't you not swear? No, sorry. Um, did that do anything? That should have done something. Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's just pretty slow. That makes sense. Um, okay. The way that this looks like early 2000s software is just incredible. Alright, so I see the resize thing. What do I do to resize? Oh, that's what you do. Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, I see. Cool. Okay. What about Windows T? That does nothing. Keyboard only window manager. Yeah, I got that part. All right, what if I want to open also, I don't know. Can I just open settings? The concept of searching for a program. And having my IP address down there on the bottom. Incredible work. Mouse sucks, by the way. In general or in a window manager, you mean? That did nothing, by the way. So let me just open another Firefox because I know that works. All right, and then I want to resize. You can DDoS to that IP. Yeah, from my local network. Okay, I am gonna need to Google. this. I'm assuming this is the modifier key that I picked. Yep. Oh. Did not mean to do that. But I made them into tabs. I think. J, K, and L focus left, down, up. Wait. It was J and then what? K to focus. Okay, it's this key to focus right. Alright, I'm getting the hang of it. It's not particularly complicated. Which is high praise coming from me towards anything that has to do with Linux. So, yeah. Okay, move a Windows left. Okay, that's what I was wondering. How do I make Windows go down? It's Shift K. Okay. And I can move it back up with, what's the key for it? Up is L. I don't like that they put J, K, L, and then the semicolon, which are all next to each other, instead of just like, you know, either the arrow keys or WASD or something like that in the shape of an arrow. I think you understand what I mean. Okay, but that is cool. Modifying windows makes window full screen, splits a window vertically. What did I do? Vim keybinds, let's not go there. What exactly did I do? I see that it... Oh, I split? Okay. So can I open a new tab inside here now? That's not quite what I was expecting. But I think I understand it now. Right? Because I can just go here. I understand. Okay. Damn. I'm actually excited about the fact that I understand something in Linux without needing to spend hours learning it. Which is pretty incredible. It's not a very common thing to happen on Linux, so... Okay, so these are workspaces. Very nice. And then if I do this, I moved that window to workspace 2, which I can then go to. All right, I can move it back to 1, which I can then go to. Very nice. How do I unsplit a window? It would be nice if I could at least like resize it here with the mouse. Like I have it in my hand, I might as well. Every once in a while I am gonna use the mouse. So you might as well let me do that. But this is not half bad. So I can toggle full screen on it, right? That's not quite what I was going for. Oh, and it's not what I thought it was gonna do. Okay, but I can resize, so I can just do this. Window manager, expect we have no mouse. Who the... Oh, shift. But you can use it to switch here. So... Okay. I mean... I wouldn't have done it like this, but I understand what you've done here. I think it's not half bad. Okay. And I've already forgotten how it works. But okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Focus right, focus up. Open a new terminal. Right, because you can do that. Yeah, so now it's like tabbed, right? So I should be able to make it stacking by doing that and then resize it. Doing that. No, not quite. Don't think I understood how that works, but I get it. It's like my terminal is here. This is here. Okay, so these are stacking. Okay, so no, I want to make it default then. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay. It really feels like it's about 15 years old, but hey, besides that, it's not half bad. And Sway is a drop-in replacement for this. So if I use it, should I expect a, you know what? Let's find out. How do I even exit this virtual machine? 'Cause like, that's how you do it on QEMU, but not how you do it here. Alright, this is how I'm gonna do it. Like that. That's the plan. Okay. Well, that was interesting. I was expecting to be a lot more pissed off than I actually am. I actually enjoyed that, I have to say. So, yeah. Good job. I know how difficult it is for someone working on anything that has to do with Linux to make it simple, but I feel like they have. Not incredibly simple, but pretty simple. Praising Linux, yeah. No, they deserve it. They deserve it. What is the number that I'm supposed to put in here? I'm just going to put 200. Let's give you 5, 6 CPUs. Yeah, you can have. I'm giving all my space to these. Okay. Slept for 30 minutes and heard Linux praising. What are we even checking? Real quick. I could have boarded, but it's almost done. See what I mean? Pretty no, okay, actually those are installation instructions for the system. They're not for the actual window manager. I feel like you should put those in there if you really have to use key bindings and stuff like that. Damn. Alright, so this feels like it was designed, not this decade, but like mid to late last decade. So I would say not half bad. Neri put those when we load that key bindings map. Makes sense. We love keeping you safe. Shut the fuck up. What's a foot? What am I doing here exactly? Okay. I have to say it looks better. Foot is a terminal? Why is it called foot? Who decided to call it foot? Nope. Using the wrong key here. Wait, oh no, K is... yeah, never mind. Does it use different key bindings? It does. It moved from JKL semicolon to HJKL. So it's not exactly a drop-in replacement, I would say. Sway key binds. So far, I like Sway a lot more. I have to say, they're doing a pretty good job of, you know, looking like it was made for this decade. Vim keys are supported. Oh, those are Vim keys. That's why you use those. Okay. All right. So the ones who made the poor decision were Vim, not the window managers themselves. Close a window with modifier backspace. Okay, well, I'm not gonna close this window, so let me close this one. That backspace? Well, clearly not. No coding today? But probably. Not at the beginning, but probably at some point. Okay, I like this a lot more. It feels easier. I definitely like it a lot more than i3. And drop-in replacement is a little bit of a lie, I have to say. Not bad. Toggle floating or tiling. What does that mean? You can make a window float? See what I mean? See what I mean? This feels useful. Okay, the images are a little bit misleading. Like the little rectangles that come up are a little bit misleading. But like, yeah, if I already have my hands on the mouse, like, I don't know, I'm scrolling over here, I'm reading stuff, I'm like selecting code. Oh, I want to move this a little bit. Can I just do that? And now I have more space. I already don't have my hands on the keyboard, so yeah. I like this. All right, open the launcher with mod D. Open the application menu with shift D, mod shift D, mod shift D. Mod shift D did nothing, absolutely fucking nothing. Open the power menu. Nope. Switch back to the previous with alt tab. Also no. Like my previous window's still this one, right? So can I just... No? Okay. Mod shift tab. That just took me to the top of the page. Hello? Move window to scratch pad. Yeah, and how do you show this? Fuck. How do you how do you show it? Ah, shit. Alright, there we go, I did it. And does it still work like a normal net? Now it's a floating window, it works exactly as I would expect it to. It does not feel super intuitive too, like it doesn't feel super snappy and like nice, but there's a high chance that's just because of the way that it's done in my because of the virtual machine, essentially. And just to be clear, next scratchpad window is, yeah, okay. It's the button that I assumed it was, but I wasn't sure. Show next scratchpad window. I'm pressing this, and what it does is it takes this window into the scratchpad. So I'm essentially just alternating between these two. I don't understand what's happening there, but okay. What are we activating or deactivating here? No idea. The insistence on fucking leaking my IP. What's that about? Oh, okay. You can't actually see it on here because I have the little thingy. This is not Redacted OS. I'm just getting inspiration for Redacted OS. It will be one day, but not right now. Yeah, just seeing what the window managers are like. Yeah, so the absolute insistence on leaking my IP is crazy. The way that it looks like, it still doesn't feel like a modern, incredible, amazing operating system, you know what I mean? It feels very flat. Feels like the appearance of it is secondary, which it might just be, but like I don't know, you're making a window manager. Then again, I don't know the size of the teams of the people working on these things. So like can't really say a whole lot um for that. Maybe it's like two people and then I kind of understand that maybe it ends up looking like this. If it's like 50 people, then it's like, okay, one of those people I'm sure can have a little bit of a look at the UI. Linux users love minimalism and reject the modern age. You can do minimalism in a modern way. Hell, the modern world is super minimalistic, but this does not feel amazing. I've also seen what you people can do in Hyperland, so don't lie to me. Okay, but this I kind of like. How difficult is it to install? Because I didn't have to do any installation for these. Wait, Garuda Linux. Never mind. This is. Okay, never mind. Overall, I like them. I like this one a lot more than i3. It does feel like a drop-in replacement in the sense that it seems to have more or less the same features, but not a drop-in replacement in the sense that it has it looks like it was made this century at the very least, and then not this decade but this century, and yeah, the key bindings change, but besides that they work pretty much the same way. They seem to understand that if it's a window manager, I want to see something. I don't want to see a black screen. That's kind of ridiculous. And I like that neither of them has a particularly gigantic learning curve. Obviously, to get used to something like this, it's gonna take me a little bit. It's not like I can just immediately pick it up and be super fast with it. But then again, that's not how it works with pretty much any software. At the beginning, there's always a little bit of a learning curve, even if it's intuitive. So that's kind of normal. But I feel like in terms of making it work well, they've done pretty well. Maybe the only thing I would say is like put your key bindings in the desktop so I can know what the hell I'm supposed to do. Even that, I feel like if there was a more intuitive way of doing it, do that. But I can't think of one, so I'm not gonna do that until I have a more intuitive way of doing it. Okay, what about Hyperland? Because that one I feel like is the GOAT. That's my perception of it anyway. Is there anything that comes with it pre-installed? Again, I just don't want to go through the installation process. I feel like doesn't Omachi come pre-installed with it? Anarchy Linux, that's the one I meant. Beautiful, modern, and opinionated. Whenever I hear the word opinionated, I just die a little bit. Like, why would you do this? Doesn't it use Hyperland? I've heard it's also pretty bloated, but like, I'm just here for the Hyperland, bro. Oh my god, this website. Well, this person's complaining about it using Hyperland, so yes, it uses Hyperland. Do I dare? What does chat think? Do I dare? Should I dare? I'm a little scared. I feel like I'm gonna hate it. I feel like I'm gonna have some... I'm gonna be opinionated about this one. But I think it might be worth a shot. It's already 3 times the size of the other ones. And it's Arch. I'm about to have a good time. All right. Yeah, no, I know it's a personal config of some guy. It's just Arch. All I know is that it comes pre-installed with Hyperland, so I'm just trying to get one that's pre-installed with Hyperland. And I'm like 3 months late, but I might as well check out the hype. I know it's not a distro. That's for sure. All right. The fact that I have to refresh this page. None detected. Can I choose none? Arch. Memory 10. Damn. I can have a few CPUs. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna need a lot of CPUs and a lot of memory. You gotta type out how you pronounce this shit, cause what do you mean it's pronounced Omachi? See, I literally cannot pronounce it. Do I have to install it? Install medium, boot existing, hardware information, mem test. Feels like I do have to install it. A simple, lightweight Linux distribution. Look how they massacred my boy. Omachi. The R is silent. The fact that English is a language in which letters like R can be silent is just so funny. Knife. The K is silent. Username. Alphanumeric without spaces. Like DHH. Bro literally just gave us his own username. Password. Full name. Used for Git authentication. Email address. Host name. Time zone. Got that right. Alright, does this look right? Yes, that is correct. Yep. Format my disk. Alright. I'm surprised he didn't put a picture of himself up there on the top right or something. It feels like I barely even know who the guy is, but like I feel like he would do that. Alright, this may take a second. And I don't have my water here, and there's an ad coming up, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm also gonna look at the phone verification thing for Twitch. Let me see if I can fix that. I know exactly what I need to do, I just don't know where the settings are, because the menu is super hard to navigate. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. It's still installing a ton of shit. All this just to test out Hyperland, which is why I installed Omachi. The R is silent. Oh my god. What do you mean the R is silent? I saw it was installing Rust, NeoVim. What malware is installing Rust and NeoVim? You can reuse this install to install Neri on it? Alright, there's not gonna be one. Installed in 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Bro, that's not a fucking thing to be proud of. Neri is too new for any of the distros? For pre-built, you mean, right? Okay. Omachi Linux. For a second, I panicked. I forgot my password. Vanilla Arch. I don't care about it being light, honestly. I just wanted something pre-built. That's the thing about it. Cool wallpaper. Learn the key bindings. Hey, there we go, brother. Thank you. K for cheat sheet. Super space for application launcher. Super alt space for the Omachi menu. Omachi menu. Oh my fucking god with this name. Okay, cool Omachi menu. There it is. It comes pre-installed with ChatGPT. Brother. This seriously comes with Discord pre-installed. It comes with Figma. See, but you can tell. This was made by someone who has eyes. I don't know how else to put it. Hey. What's hey? His entire personal computer shipped in the ISO. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much it. What was hey? Nothing happened. Oh, here it is. Oh, I don't know. I don't have. Can I try hey for free without an account? No, I don't want an account. Thank you. Give me the cheat sheet real quick. How hard is it to put something like this and then just a little window that tells you the cheat sheet? That's simple. Proton Mail's pretty good. It's a DE? Like desktop environment, or what are you talking about? You surely don't mean desktop environment because it needs me to log in with an account. Right? Super return. Terminal. Super space. Launch apps. Super escape. System menu. Super F. Full screen. Super W. Close window. Toggle window floating or tiling. Okay. Window split on J. Universal copy, paste, cut. I forgot to run the ad, didn't I? I left for an ad break and I forgot to run the ad. Shit. Oh, wow. Amazing. Well, I'm gonna run it now. Sorry about that. I don't know why people call Omachi anything more than dot files for Arch and Hyperland. That's pretty much what it is, right? Someone's just like configuration of Hyperland. Also, I have to say, I love the fact that you can go full circle. You know? Linux, it's just a kernel. Distros. Oh, but distros can be so bloated that they have all the stuff that I don't need. Arch. Lightweight. Just the basics. You have to do a lot of configuration, but it's just the basics. Alright? Hey guys, I've been using Arch for a while. This is my configuration. 6 gigs. Full circle. Full circle moment right there. Amazing job on that one. All right, I am gonna wait. I am gonna wait. YouTube, could you please get your shit together? Does anyone know of anyone that's working on a new streaming platform? You know, have any contacts? I can send a little email, get myself access, start streaming on there, help promote it, and not have to deal with fucking YouTube and Twitch's bullshit. Please let me know. Invoke the last notification. This feels like incredibly bloated. It feels very... more so, it just feels like a cheat sheet for everything in the system, and it's actually unified, which is not a bad thing at all. Rumble. Has anyone died on Rumble? Yo, that fucking flag. Please tell me I opened the wrong Rumble. Please tell me I opened the wrong fucking Rumble. What is that fucking propaganda? Nobody's fucking cheering. Actually, that is a lie. I unfollowed like 50 people on Instagram last night. Yeah, incredible. Oh. The sleeve of my hoodie is coming apart. Difference between only kernel dev and OS. You don't have to deal with things like what I'm dealing with, like window manager and all that stuff. You just build, you know, something that communicates with the hardware and provides an interface for you to communicate with it. That's the kernel. Everything on top of that is OS dev. So if you want to get technical, Linux is a kernel, and then Ubuntu, Arch, Debian are operating systems. Really, everyone just calls Linux an operating system because the Linux community is pretty pedantic, but like also likes practicality. This thing is really coming apart. Goddamn. As is the light that I just saw in here. Oh, don't open again. Don't fucking open again. Alright, so Rumble is dead on arrival. It straight up got rid of itself right there. Instant theming change? What's the Chromium look like? I was waiting. So, hey... No, thank you. That's a cheat sheet. The launcher was Super Space. That's what it normally looks like, right? Kind of. It does feel themed. It does feel a little themed. You can customize most browsers, to be fair, so he probably just... Install Brave, the global theme is applied as well. Interesting. Can we get rid of this? For the love of God, why is that always there? Window floating or tiling with T, then window split with J. Okay. So if I open a new window... That didn't do what I expected it to do. Why is this always here, bro? Get out. Holy shit. Holy fucking... No, don't update. Mod Control Shift? Not so sure about that one. All right. So I have 3 windows open and I don't know where they are anymore. So this works the same way. I'm assuming you can actually just do... Nope. Oh. Wait, that was floating window. Okay, this border made me a little bit confused. It made me think that this was the tiling window. All right, so that's... Okay, I get it. Jeopardy, get in here. What was the terminal thing? Shift, super return. It just disappeared. All right. How do I switch between them? Why can't you not just alt... Well, you can alt tab, okay, but you can't super tab. Which feels more intuitive to me. Alright. Honestly, as far as it goes, I have to say this one's the best, so to speak. Right, system escape. No. It feels the most intuitive, it feels the most modern. Like I know it's based off of Hyperland, but I don't know how much of it is Hyperland and how much of it is configuration. I have heard that Hyperland is quite a pain in the ass to configure. So, yeah. It is not my kernel, no. That one, sad to admit, does not look this cool. Just yet. And yet it doesn't have JavaScript, so big fucking advantage on my end. Wait, okay, so I can open a terminal, right? And the terminal is themed. Actually, I already implemented a thing to have like a global theme in my system, so that's nice. Also, Hyperland is pretty solid, but sadly the dev is a POS. Why? Okay, I was wondering the difference between these icons, why these are closed and these are open. These are closed just because they have a little special icon and these don't. That's kind of weird. A little bit, you know, counterintuitive, because now that there is something inside the public, it's closed. So it gave me the impression that there was something in the downloads folder, for example, but there's nothing in there. So it's a little bit weird. But I'm just nitpicking, honestly. It's like it's mostly, it seems fine. I don't mind it at all, I have to say. You got a massive god complex and is transphobic. Damn. Wait, DHH or the Hyperland dev? So I have no idea who that is. Have you tried i3 and Sway? Yeah. Still superior to Hyperland when it comes to the features it provides, like tab stacking and stuff. Consumes less memory as well. Vaxry. Wait, no. You don't have Firefox on this, you have Chromium. I did try them. They're okay. i3 felt like it was made last century. Sway felt like it was made last decade. Hyperland feels like it was made... Oop, shit. Feels like it was made... not necessarily made this decade, but like... works... It has been maintained as of this decade. Okay, I opened... Full screen's the whole page, not just the tab. Which, by the way, I made it floating now, right? Didn't I? I feel like I did. It looks like I did. Electron ain't bad. But you really need sleep. That is such a bad opinion. Oh, you're reading it from here. Oh, I see. No, he really is a horrible person. I haven't seen any transphobia personally. I believe you on that one. But what I have seen so far, Electron is not bad. Yeah. Fucking horrifying. Can you show me the original? For the love of God. Now banned from contributing to Free Desktop. I was approached by the COC team of Free Desktop, and after a few emails back and forth, he is now banned from participating on the project. You're in Doom in your kernel, what syscalls and devices you needed? At the very least, graphics. A file system. A very basic file system, because Doom relies on a WAD data file. I had to make some adaptations for 64-bit. For the ELF format, it's very important to have virtual memory. Those who know what I'm talking about. And yeah, mouse and keyboard. Mouse is technically optional. I actually never ended up supporting the mouse. And I found a crash on it yesterday, and today I fixed it. But there seems to be another crash happening related to the frame buffer. I do use a frame buffer device to send data to my kernel, so that. But I'm not sure if the one you're mentioning, Simple FB, is a specific device. I have no idea what that is. Do you like tiling? Yes. I'm liking the tiling. I'm not liking... This one feels more difficult to navigate, to be honest, than the others. It just feels more modern. I like the way that it looks. I have to say, I've always had this complaint. Pop window out, float and pin. Oh wait, I didn't actually do it, did I? Oh? Is this him? I'm a little concerned. That's a Linux YouTuber? Okay. Is this him? Because how can you be homophobic and transphobic and have a picture like that? Simple FB is a rough frame buffer. It's considered Lexi now. What I used was a frame buffer device. That's the one that I use mostly. So yeah. Audio is optional, by the way, yes. Technically. When I did Doom, I was just getting started on an audio driver, so... I need a face reveal on this dude. After seeing that picture, I gotta know what he actually looks like. Is this him? Because this is the other same YouTuber guy. I don't think this is him. That's a German Linux kernel dev. The left guy? Oh, they said this was a Linux YouTuber though. I don't think he ever showed his face. So he just wants us to believe that he looks like this. Okay. And then these pictures come up. Okay, yeah, that's just
Good
a
morning.
picture that he uses apparently. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ with the pop-ups. I forgot the name of this thing. YouTube. I have to say, for running in a VM, works pretty well. Use NewVim. What is happening in the messages section over there? My God. Yeah, I'm not gonna judge it on performance because again, hard to tell what exactly is performance based and what is because I'm running in a VM that's not the most the strongest. Oh, this is how you switch between windows. Eee, nice. All right, how do you resize? I still haven't found a way to do that. I got an emoji picker. Switch to workspaces, move window to workspace, swap window down. Oh, nice. Toggle window split with J. Can I not move the windows? Like... Oh, I see. I don't mind this. I have to say, I like this. Click mod and left mouse key. Oh, that got super stuck. What? Right mouse? No? No, wait, this is from Ubuntu, isn't it? I feel like the VM might be interfering here a little bit, but... Okay, so you're telling me that i3 and Sway have no way of doing it with... Oh, no, Sway does. Sway does. Sway has both, but like i3 has no way of doing it with the mouse, and this one has no way of doing it without the mouse. When left or right mouse and dragging, something like that. Yeah, so when I do that here, it gets stuck. It does nothing. And right mouse just opens this, which I'm pretty sure is from my thing, so... Super right mouse button, resize window. Right mouse button. Yeah, but that's taken by the VM. So there's nothing I can do about that. Oh, shit. Can I, preferences? Doesn't look like there's anything I can do here in the preferences. Yeah, my desktop environment taking over. Doom relies on libc. It does rely on a couple things from libc. File stuff. String utilities, printf, stuff like that. Oh, you also need input, obviously. Oh, I did mention that. All right, so I don't think I can do anything to resize a window here. Because Ubuntu's taking over. I don't think I can do anything about that. Yeah. Okay. I do like it. Quite a bit, actually. Hyperland, good job. Seems like you've overcomplicated things, but good job. Well, I'm not saying that based on this. I'm saying it based on what I saw other times when I first considered doing this. When I first did my window system. Okay, what's the other one? I remember something about urinary tract infection came up when I googled it, but it had another name. Well, so that means it's probably in my Google. Neary. Neary and Cosmic. And they're not the same thing? Super shift, control space to change the theme? That is a lot. Wait. Nice. Cosmic is a very new thing for which you can get a pre-installed ISO for too. Wait, did I see that in Fedora? No, I'm not installing Omarchy. Definitely not that. Not even considering like necessarily installing any of that stuff right now. Cosmic desktop environment. Wait, have I heard about Cosmic? Hold on. How do you see your Google history, your search history on YouTube? Yep. Yep, I heard about it. Oh. Might as well try it out. I know it's a desktop environment, but we're here to explore a little bit. It's only been an hour and I already checked out the 3 that I wanted to check out, so we might get quite a bit of development done today. We'll see. Hey, guys, Dave. So could I install Neary on Cosmic? Is that a thing that I can do? Or is it better that I just do it on here? Oh, and the question that I had is the themes, which require like literally 4 keys, 3 of which are like right next to each other, like in an L shape, so it's really weird. I like the theme thing because this is what I was going for when I did theming and I exposed it to applications. This is what I want. But the question that I have is like, what format do they use? Yeah, I like this one actually. Because I do recognize a lot of the names from even the ones that came pre-installed in Zed. They have Fedora, Arch, and Ubuntu instructions. For Neary, I do have to install it, yeah. So I can install it just on Fedora, right? On since I downloaded the Cosmic Fedora thing. Would I be able to do combine the two is the question that I'm asking. Yeah, should be fine. Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you for... It's been weird. Omachi. What a name. It's been weird. Why did that have that, like... fucking... the shit that every, like, shitty YouTube video uses. Every, like, not 80s, but, like... music YouTube video visualizer uses some shit like this. Why did it have that as a desktop background? Login managers usually give you the option to choose the environment when you have multiple. Yeah. I do remember people telling me about that when I was considering. What happened to the down... Oh, I didn't actually... Whoopsie. Forgot to press the button. Wait, what do you mean 8 megabytes per second? Come on. Get that up. Do you see the difference though? 2.2, 1.9, 2.8 for Fedora, and then 6.2 for Arch Linux. Look how they massacred my boy. By the way, I saw that there's another guy, I just saw him here, that's doing operating system development live occasionally. Has anyone seen him? His name is Offline Mark. Found one of his videos a while ago. Seen Primagen using it. Omachi? Yeah. Definitely not sponsored, but he has merch. But he's not sponsored. I don't know, maybe he is. I'm trying Neri. Alright, so I'm taking that to mean that nobody has seen that guy. Yeah, the plan is to just check out window managers and whatnot. I've already checked out 3. Now I'm just gonna check out... Oh, this is the Omachi one. That's why I couldn't... No, wait, this is Fedora Sway. This is Fedora... What happened to the menu? Yeah, so check those out and maybe start development on like tiling, scrolling window manager. Shouldn't be too difficult. I already have a window manager technically. But it's entirely mouse controlled, so it would be nice to have non-mouse, you know, keyboard. Also, the Raspberry Pi on QEMU is limited to only using one USB device. I'm not sure if I can fix that or not. I think that's just a problem with my driver. Well, problem. A limitation of my driver. I shouldn't have called it just Fedora. That was a mistake. Oh well. But yeah. Would be nice to be able to control it without a mouse. Even though recently, at the beginning of the stream, I was like, who even uses a computer without a mouse anymore? And I'm like, well, it would be nice to use it without a mouse. How to turn tables. Barely use my mouse nowadays? Seriously? Am I waiting for something to load or just... I was waiting for something to load. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of people like not using the mouse, but like I have the device. I might as well use it. But then I'm talking about a specific situation in which I wouldn't have it. Why does it look hand-drawn? It feels a little bit hand-drawn, not gonna lie, as a store. Got a small keyboard, so switching to the mouse is a non-issue for me. I got a big keyboard. Switching to the mouse is not a big issue for me. You just... It's easy. What is this? Okay, the resolution of this one is just insane. Also, the time is wrong. It's an hour behind. You are connected to the internet, right? Yeah, clearly you are. Okay, well, let's install Neri on this thing. What's so cool about Cosmic? Because I did watch a video about it, and I just like went in one ear and out the other. Windows are arranged in columns on an infinite strip going to the right. Opening a new window never causes an existing window to resize. Every monitor has its own separate window strip. It's newly made from scratch by a reputable company. Okay. But like, does it have anything new, modern? Like, that is what I mean. Windows can never overflow onto an adjacent monitor. That makes sense. All right. Great video. And it's written in Rust. There it is. What happened to the getting started section? Do you not have that? It's on a different page. Okay, use these commands to install Neri with the Dank material shell for a fairly out-of-the-box experience. Bada bing. Bada boom. No. Why would I think it was that easy? I don't even have sudo. What are you doing? Wait, I'm not even gonna be able to install shit on this, am I? I have to install the operating system first. I'm not sure what the hell this thinks it did, but it didn't do what it was supposed to do, I can tell you that much. Pretty sure it is read-only, so you have to install to make it not read-only. At least that's how I think it works. You can install stuff? Well. As long as I got free RAM. I don't have a whole lot of RAM. That's, yeah, maybe I can take the time to install it. Wow, it's really taking its time. I haven't decided anything yet. Well, between what I saw, Hyperland, i3 and Sway just feel old. Their Anaconda did not. Want none. What are we initializing here, brother? It isn't old, it's written in C. Those two are not exactly, like one thing doesn't cancel the other. What are we initializing here, my brother in Christ? Okay, can I just do it through the terminal? Because like, what the fuck are you doing? Was it live install? Fuck, I forgot the name of it. Oh, well, here it is. Alright, put in English, real English. Next. Date and time. Okay, you got it right this time. Mm-hmm. No. They're trying so hard to copy the Windows installer. It really feels like... That's what I said the first time I saw it. It really feels like it. A little bit more advertisement and you're there. Storage is currently being configured. Okay. How the fuck did you fail? How exactly did that happen? And why won't it close? Fedora is backed by Red Hat, so it might be a spyware too. Nah. I trust them over Windows any day. Somehow managed to break a live ISO, right? How the fuck did I do that? This is a monumental task, but I should be able to install when I'm booting, so I can do it from there. It's like, how the fuck did I do that? Did I restart? I thought I clicked shutdown, but maybe I clicked restart and I just don't remember. If not, I do have the other ones. Yeah, the desktop environment, I have to say, was not it. Booting from hard disk. Are you? I got Omarchi, so I didn't have to install... Omachi, god damn it, the fucking name is so stupid. Alright, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you're out of here. No, seriously. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but please stop. It's a great name for a dog. Omachi? Maybe. Yeah, I somehow managed to just destroy this. How did I do that? Alright, let's go to the Sway one, because I did like it. But of course, I now want to try this one. DWM. I heard of that too. This feels ancient. Suckless community. That is a name. Is that the window manager that needs to be configured in C? Holy hell, that sounds... boot failed. How are they all failing to boot? Hello? How is this happening? Like, genuinely, what did I do? Is Omachi gonna end up being the one? I'm gonna stick to these. I'm not gonna spend all day testing out new window managers when they all feel like more or less the same. I do want to check out the infinite scrolling one, but not sure what the fuck I did. What was the name of it again? The one that I'm going to download? Neri. Oh, I clicked test this media. That's why they were doing a test. Mongo WC? WC or WM? Because like water closet? What are we talking about exactly? WC, but it's a WM. What a name. Slitherer. Because the Anaconda do want some. Or not, it failed before. They're really trying to go for the Windows aesthetic here. Jesus Christ, wow. Simplified English. US. Yep. 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 Can't see the top part. Oh no, I'm not leaking my local IP address. Yeah, I know you can see that. They're not missing out on much. Okay, it actually managed this time, so this one worked. That's good. I think. Everyone is making a window manager nowadays. Same. Well, not yet. Give me like, I don't know, 30 minutes. Check this last one out, and then we're getting started. It's not that I hate Omachi. It's bloated as hell. The ISO is just like 6 gigs. The one for Fedora, all of them have been like 3 at the most. You're thinking about making a window manager now. See, I'm making one, but not for Linux, so it's different. Didn't need to do what? I do find it really funny that also Arch went full circle from the minimalistic, bloat-free, but DIY install to the bloated, opinionated distro. Well, distro. It's just some guy uploading his computer, essentially. Alright, I think we're almost there. But no, the reason I got Omachi in the first place is because I knew that it came with Hyperland, and I didn't want to do configuration, so... That's the reason. Not even checking out distros. Although I have to say, I do like Fedora. If and or when Ubuntu breaks again, I'm probably gonna go to Fedora. Vanilla Arch. See, that's what I was trying to avoid. So I don't need to do that. Arch doesn't even come with a desktop environment, does it? How long does it take to install a bootloader, bro? It installed the entire operating system before it installed the bootloader. Now it's struggling. You can select during installation of Arch? Of Vanilla Arch? I seem to remember you didn't have to that. Maybe I'm wrong. Must be wrong. As bootloader is something else. Arch made a somewhat user-friendly installer? Damn. Damn. I'm learning today that the Linux community is capable of making something user-friendly if they want to. They just mostly don't seem to want to. I guess I don't know, this bootloader is taking a real long time. All worried. Alright, I made it. They created the UI with Electron? Who did? Come on, man. Surely you didn't just say that Arch created their installer UI with Electron. User-friendly equal bloat? Only if you do it wrong. Which, hey. I gotta restart, don't I? Wait, how do you even restart from here? Like that. Okay, so when I told you to shut down, you restarted. When I tell you to restart, you shut down. Are you Windows now? That's the one. So many pop-ups in the modern web. I hate it so much. Alright, do I need to actually get sudo on this thing, by the way? I got a foot. It has sudo. Alright, so what do I need from here? Getting started. Just, okay, none of the ways that I know to copy something are working, so... Literally faster for me to just type than figure out how to copy in a fucking... Yes, it's okay. Yes, it's okay. Christ. It is pre-configured for Sway, to be fair, because I already had the installer. So I used that one. It is okay. It is okay. Yes. We're not doing Hyperland though. Okay, it did it. System DTL user add wants Neri service DMS. So that's it, right? Then I need to log out and choose Neri as my window, as the display manager, log back in, or run Neri session on a TTOI. Okay. How do you restart on this thing anyway? Can I do log out? Is that a thing? I'm in resize mode. Oh no, wait, you do it this way. Am I no longer in resize mode? Oh, that's how you do it. Why can I not exit resize mode? Is the question that I have. Bro. Okay, Firefox crashed. And can you do logout? Is that a thing? No. So I can do sudo reboot. But that's a reboot. That's not a logout, but it'll get the job done. If it doesn't glitch out of existence, that is. Mod Shift E. Well, a little late, but thank you. Nuri. Are we in? It's black. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be or not. Alright, did you have anything else in the getting started that maybe I should have read first? No. The default Nuri config will run waybar to make it 2 bars on screen. I got nothing, actually. But thank you though. No, it doesn't look like there is anything else I will need to do besides this. Wayland compatible? No, why would I do that? The concept of a Windows server is one that is lost on me. Thank you very much. Okay, log out, choose Nuri as your display manager, log back in, and then it doesn't actually tell you how to use it. Window up. Nope. Return. Nope. Is there any chance that it used a different modifier key? Not Alt. Not... No, I don't think so. Neri didn't load at all. It doesn't think... It doesn't feel like it did. Yeah, I'm not sure that virtual acceleration is going to do a whole lot besides make it maybe a little bit faster. But if it supports it, might as well try. It does not support it. Display spice, turn on OpenGL. I don't think it will work. It didn't work with Windows, it just refuses to load the VM when you do that. See? But either way, the hardware acceleration is the least of my problems, especially if it doesn't actually load anything. Yeah, it just stays here. Well, that sucks. OpenGL does not, straight up just doesn't launch. Key bindings, what's there? Key bindings. Valid modifiers are Control or CTRL, Shift, Alt, Super, or Win, ISO level 3 Shift, whatever the fuck that is, or Mod, which is Super. Okay. Now this is for configuring, this is not usage of key bindings. Overview? That's not it. Getting started. To run Nero in a VM, you make sure to enable 3D acceleration. Well, if it doesn't let me enable 3D acceleration, what do you want me to do exactly? But I guess that means I cannot really do that. I guess Nero can wait. Change the listen type under display. I might as well check. Spice, listen type none, OpenGL. Okay, apply that, and go to VirtIO, 3D, apply that, launch the machine, and it still fails. EGL render node init failed. What does that mean? As long as I'm in a virtual machine, this is never gonna work. It has nothing to do with the distro itself. Same thing happened on Windows for that matter. Is there any other options I can look at? Yeah, without OpenGL, it straight up says that it won't work in a virtual machine. So don't think I can do a whole lot. That's not gonna change anything. Yeah, go ahead and apply it. Okay, let's not worry about that right now. I'm gonna waste more time trying to configure that. This is why I used Omachi instead of bothering with installing Hyperland directly, because stuff like this happens and then you just waste more time installing than you do checking out what you want. Alright, let's get some development done after the ad break. That started 30 seconds ago, so I'll be back in a minute, in 3 minutes. Alright, we're back. Okay, let me get you comfortable at the very least. There. Alright, he's gonna be doing the coding for me. I'm teaching him, so, yeah. Good practice. Okay. I think we looked at 3 window managers for 5 minutes each. To me, that sounds like more than enough experience to build one. Since I already have one. All I have to do is improve on it a little bit. I'm not sure what type of rules these window managers use in order to choose how to open the next window, how to resize windows, how to do all of those things. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. I'm also going to have to figure out how to yes, Chester, you've got a point. Whether to keep the current window manager or replace it with another one. That type of stuff. Check the keybinds. As for installing one, most likely it's gonna be Hyperland, but not today. Like, I'm not gonna bother with that. Also, probably won't work on stream. At the very least, I'm gonna have to log out. And who knows, maybe I'll just want to nuke my entire setup and go to Fedora. Like I've said in the past, so maybe I want to do that. Not going with Arch. The last thing I want to do is spend that much time setting up my system. I want to set up this system, not this system. Okay, so this is the current window manager. It handles... This is a new bug, by the way, which I probably maybe need to take a minute to fix. So this one's new. I got a sliding window manager, apparently. So I'm gonna have to fix that one. There's also the fact that since we're gonna be working with windows, I might want to make them a little bit bigger. So, if I'm not mistaken... Oh, the graphics module loads its own... So go to Vert, graphics, and 1920 by 1080. Okay, so we have a bit of a bigger window to work with. Yeah, when it doesn't slide like that, it works like this. Here's the protagonist of this picture. I think he's leaving. I already have theming, which I like that Omachi does. So this is the terminal, it's the same color as everything else. And I feel like, I don't know, creating a new window with a keybind, for example, is going to be pretty simple to do. Then, of course, the actual configuration of, you know, when you open a window, you have to resize the window that's currently there. Do you put it on the side? Do you put the next window under? That kind of thing. Well, we'll have to design some kind of algorithm for that, which I don't know how it works. And then, of course, I have the question of my current setup relies a lot on the mouse and you designing your own windows. I want to maintain that. I like the way that it currently works, for that matter. So is it a matter of just... Actually, yeah. It might be a matter of just... So I'll get to it. Is it a matter of just configuring it to work however you want? Whether you want it to be tiling, whether you want it to be drawn, whether you want it to be... well, that's about it. The current system works, or should work anyway. It's a little bit very limited, very rudimentary, the way that it's implemented. But the way that it works is like a normal window manager. It doesn't have any concept of depth, which is why the windows fight. They're doing some Z fighting right now as we speak. So I should introduce that concept maybe. But through configuration, I feel like I should let you choose. Do I want a tiling window manager? Do I want the infinite canvas tiling window manager, which is what we should have checked out with Neri, but we weren't able to? Do I want this one? Do I want this one, but instead of depth, the windows just move next to each other? So as part of the process, I'll introduce some level of configuration. Before I do any of that, most likely the thing I want to do is I want to take a look to see if that sliding bug can be fixed really quickly. And I do believe it may have to do with the fact that these rectangles are the ones that are not being drawn properly. Right, because if I don't draw these, which are the borders, well, I think they're the borders anyway, and I also get rid of that, and I draw a window. No, it still does it. It still does it. So the entire rectangle suffers from this issue, in which the width should be reduced when the window is off frame. When the window is off frame... Wait. Let me see if my theory is correct. If I draw the window over here, it'll work the same way. Okay. So... Yes. I think I'm correct in my theory. The problem is that the width is not being reduced. I think. You can get my GitHub by doing git command, I believe. Let me see here. This BW and BH are the width. They're then used, the border width specifically. Right, so that's not it. We're talking about the inner. No, not quite, not quite. Little bit confused as to what exactly is doing the drawing. This is the X coordinate. This is the Y coordinate. One thing I really want to have in my compiler, by the way, is argument names, because this can be complicated to read. This is the width, which is calculated by the width of the border. Oh, okay, no. BWBH, that is the wrong name. But the way that they work is... if bx is less than 0, then to bw you want to subtract bx. And I know the double negative here, but this feels kind of weird. But I do believe that is the logic. We reduce the amount that we're going to be drawing when some of it is off screen. That kind of works, but not really. When it gets halfway through, it just kind of disappears. It did mostly fix the issue, but not quite. Probably because of this. No. I have to say I have no idea what this logic even is anymore. And I find that easier to read. All right, so when the window begins past the left side of the screen, so it's in negative numbers, then we reduce however much is not shown from the width. And we do the same thing for the height. And somehow that is resulting in half the window just not rendering at some point. Right, let me not bother with this right now then. Feel like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. To me anyway. Well, there's this twice P, which is the border padding. Wait, can we just... This should be a 0, I believe. Then the width is drawn by this amount and this amount and this one and this one. Okay, that did fix something, but that didn't fully fix everything, but I don't want to spend too much time getting confused by graphics drawing math. So instead, probably the first thing I need to introduce is a system to open a window without needing the mouse, which just draws you a window in the middle of the screen. Okay, so to do that, let's say we do super enter. And I do remember introducing some logic for, here it is, for shortcuts. Right, so I can register a new win shortcut with modifier being key mod Why am I using control here anyway? All right, hold on. Meta, it's called. Alright, so you press the meta key and you press key enter. I need a better way to set up keystrokes, but I mean, what are these called? Shortcuts. But okay. If sys shortcut triggered current new win s, then we are going to create a new window. With the current offset being pretty much what I'm doing here. This logic here. Okay, so it's gonna have a padding of 10. It's gonna have to have its size based off of do I have that? I don't have it here. Okay. Based off of the current screen size. With 20 padding. And if I run that, there's an extra element here that shouldn't have been there. And if I run that, it creates a new window for me. Cool. Who knew it's that easy? There we go. We have a tiling window manager that can open one window. Is then, of course, on top of that, it does whatever the hell this is. So the issue there, first off, is that the current window is focused, but it doesn't realize that the shortcut was triggered, so it also sends the input to the window that is focused right now. So that is an input problem that I didn't realize I had. Essentially, when registering a key press, I should realize that the key press is a shortcut. And then I should no longer register it as a window press. See it? Yeah. When I press the key, it registers the enter as open this program, and then it registers the shortcut as well. So it opens a new window as well. It says shortcut triggered, but is it only one time or twice? Shortcut triggered. Do it again. Shortcut triggered. Yeah. So you're registering the shortcut, but then you're also registering... That's weird. It's both registering the shortcut and the key press on the focused window. But why though? Shortcut triggered, nothing else. Key press trigger at the end with shortcut 0. Shortcut triggered, key press triggered. Bro, what are you talking about? Ah, wait. Hold up. I have two ways of setting up like input. Wait. Hey, that's wrong. If I want to have shortcuts and I want to have normal key presses and I don't want them to interfere with each other, I essentially have to port shortcuts to using events, which they currently do not. Because this thing with the key presses is not right. There's two ways currently of handling input. One of them is through event, like key was pressed, key was released. And the other one is through the current status of keys. And shortcuts work through the second one. Normal key presses work through this one, and they end up interfering with each other. So, well, this is important. I don't want to waste time on it right now. So, for the time being, it's just gonna be key space. Or not. Clearly not. Damn it. Space is not working. That's weird. Right, space is an actual key, right? So... Wait, I think I broke something. Because now nothing is even triggering anymore. I'm not sure what it is. All right, hold on. If I bring back key enter, does this work? This works. Then I'm able to scroll away from the window. She glitches a bit, but I can do it. Then I'm able to do this. And that to go back to the window. What I'm not sure about is why they're using right control when it should be left control. So why does it not work with enter? What's the problem with the key enter? I mean, no, enter works. What doesn't work is space. Nope, space doesn't work. All right, so we're back at U now. You're gonna tell me which key is currently... 44. Which is key space. To C, which is, as it says here, 44. So then why won't you detect it? No, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, now it worked. Now it didn't anymore. Christ. I hate these bugs. I want to compare this to this. I have to focus the window. Otherwise, Linux takes over the fucking key press. I have to focus the window in QEMU if I want to do this. But anyway, I can do it, and it opens multiple windows, which are literally right on top of each other, so I cannot tell the difference between the two. But it works. And it should also work. There. It works. Okay. God damn it. This keystroke is not taken up by Linux, so I'm not sure why it keeps it to itself, but that doesn't matter. All right. So that is the reason why it works the way that it does. But I'm able to create new windows based off of this. Now comes the complicated part, the compositing part of it. You have a window already open. You want to open a new one. Where do you open it? And that requires some window compositing logic. Most likely. Which, for its own sake, I am going to put in its own file. And in its own file, it is going to be able to be replaced by something else eventually without needing to replace the entire Windows system. Also, I need to move this and this over to the modules section of the system, but it's not a priority right now. Okay, I'm just going to make a new function called new managed window, which is going to be called from here. And it is going to be responsible for creating our new window, but it's also going to be responsible for resizing older windows or moving a window to the next side and all that stuff. Okay. So you're no longer going to call this code. You're instead going to call new managed window, and WinComp is going to implement that function. And in that function, it is going to create a new window based on whatever rules it has. For example, the easiest way for me to do it right now would be to have a window created next to the previous window. Right, so I can create a graphic types, that, and you also include graph trace.h, right? Instead of using the global window offset, which is the current scroll location of the infinite desktop, we're going to instead make it relative to this current window offset. And then the current window offset's x-axis is going to be increased by... Does this return a GPU point? A draw context. Damn, okay. It's going to be offset by the current window that was just drawn. And then oh, yeah, call the function. Oops. the global window offset X is also going to be... No, it's not going to be increased. Or should it be increased? Because you're creating a new window, you should focus to the new window, right? Either way, it shouldn't be added. It should just be assigned to this value. Right, so if I did everything right, then I should be able to create a window like... Hold on. Should be able to create a window like this. Or not. I think I created 2 windows, but I'm not sure where they went. Oh, here they are. Here's one anyway, and here's another one right next to it. So yes, but also no. Let me do just one window and see what happens real quick. The window gets created just off screen. So... pretty sure. No, hold on. Current window offset is 0. Current window offset is 0, 0. So shouldn't you be creating the window at 0, 0? That's kind of weird. I need to play more Schedule 1, yeah. What exactly happened? When it was the global window offset? It also creates it in the wrong place. Oh, no, 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 no. Pretty sure what's glitching is this one. Let me see. Yep. It's a window offset, so you have to flip it around. Or not. Yeah, you have to, but here. Jesus. Okay, window. Window. Yeah, pretty sure I was wrong in inverting it. Window. Window. Okay, but which is which? Create a window, open a picture, create another window, and it created it to the left. That's wrong, it should create it to the right. That's right, that's right, that's right. Okay. There we go, tiling window manager. Just like that, infinite tiling window manager. So easy to do. when you implement literally the most basic feature without any thought behind it, it's easy to do. But it was easy to do, so hey. Am I wrong? I don't believe I'm wrong. Okay. That's one implementation of it. Of course, the simplest one, which is full screen. Yeah, full screen window management. But it is nice. It is also quite slow. And that part really sucks. And it also, of course, does not respond to the windows themselves changing size. And again, the window manager is quite slow, so I'm gonna have to do something about that, aren't I? Fuck. Alright, I'll get to that part eventually. The performance and all that. Let me get it to work first. And then bother with the rest. I have a few more things to do. Of course, that's when you manage a window. And by the way, to do the window management, I want you to do this. I want to change the key to using command. Then there need to be controls for moving to, you know, previous screen, next screen, up and down, and navigating the system like that, which shouldn't be too difficult. Left. Right, up and down. And I'm not sure who should manage that. I think maybe the window compositing one should handle that movement, because it can handle it in different ways. The current window manager that creates a window in each one per screen, essentially, left and right just navigates one screen left, one screen right. But a normal tiling window manager would navigate as you know, select the window on the left, select the window on the right. Which right now they're not even selecting the windows. I should change focus of the window, but I'm not doing that right now. But we'll do it eventually. For this one, switching the focus is just doing this. No, wait. Do I have a clamp function? Oh, I have a clamp F function. Okay. It's not what I was going for. Right, that should limit my movement to X and Y being between -1 and 1. And with that, a little bit of a math header to include these functions. I should be able to do global window offset, which is the scroll, dot X plus the current screen's width multiplied by the X factor. Same thing on the Y-axis with the height. And then I need to implement wrote 10 lines on my project. Nice. Definitely a productive Sunday. Win R, win U, and wind. Alright, and they won't do managed window. They will instead call... Oh, what did I call the function anyway? I didn't expose it first off. It is called switch focus, but I didn't expose it, so that's not great. Have that. Switch focus. Okay. When you go left, you do -1. When you do right, you do 1. When you do up, you do -1, I believe. When you do down, you do 1. So I create a window. Nothing happens. And again, these arrow keys are taken by the system. By this system. God, this conflict between the shortcuts and the non-shortcuts is kind of a pain in the ass. I'm gonna have to figure that out. But are you triggering anything? Okay, so that's not the problem, it's something else. Like for example, the fact that I need to set dirty windows to true. To refresh the screen. Glitchy, but it worked. But I think it went on the wrong side. I mean, you have known taking control of some shortcuts. Like I couldn't resize Hyperland before? Yeah. I inverted them all, didn't I? Yeah. I inverted every last one of them. This is a minus, this is not. This is a minus, this is not. Okay, so I create a window. I create another window. I go left. I go right. Wait, which window do I have selected right now? Oh, I see. Okay, pretty sure there's an ad coming up. Consider building an ORM from scratch in Rust. Would it look good on a resume? Honestly, not sure. I think any personal project can look good. No, whether or not it relates to whether or not it relates to the type of job that you're getting, I guess depends on whether it's related or not. Anyway, there's an ad coming up, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. And gonna keep working a little bit on this system. I'm gonna keep it with the tiled one, because like I said, the other thing that I have to do is figuring out like how to resize windows, all that stuff, to make them fit. So I would rather not bother with any of that right now and do full page windows with this current infinite tiling system. Since my system is already infinite, it has that advantage. And do proper compositing kind of thing in the future. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, we're back with the world's shittiest window manager. Well, it's actually not half bad. It's pretty bad. It's slow as shit, mostly. But hey, it can open 2 windows. This one has the terminal in it. Yeah, I forgot. I haven't done the focus thing, so it doesn't focus windows, which is a kind of a problem. It works. It works 100%. And keep in mind, this is being emulated on x86. And finally, I can do moving windows around on my Mac because the trackpad has been quite limiting when it comes to that. Because the USB mouse that QEMU emulates does not know how to do a middle mouse button, which is what I use to move the window around. So we're kind of not surprised by that. I essentially cannot scroll. Okay, speaking of scrolling, I do have scrolling and I need to support both, at least for the time being. If I open a window, right, and I go to the next workspace, it's empty, but it doesn't look empty. There's a little bit of a glitch there that I need to fix, but okay. See, it's supposed to be empty. Again, it's not really empty, but there. The problem is, if I scroll a little bit manually, and then I do this, my window is now out of whack. Here it is in full screen, because I accidentally pressed F instead of G. Make that by using left click and shift to scroll. Yeah, I do have to say my API for input isn't the most robust, so click and shift at the same time, hard to synchronize right now. I like we saw, I have to figure out the way that it does shortcuts, even because shortcuts interfere with the normal function of the system. And yeah, I'll need to work on that a little bit. I'm gonna have to study my input system a little bit more. But okay, okay, yeah. The thing that I need to fix first is the global window offset. This thing right here should probably be when we're switching between desktops essentially, because that's what we're doing really. We're switching between desktops. It should be on a grid system. That way, even if you scroll, it will just bring you back to where you're supposed to be. So how do we do that? Well, if I'm not mistaken, we just take the current value, divide it by the width, round it, and multiply it. Essentially, the global window offset is going to be itself, the what's up, Jester, divided by the width, this whole thing transformed into an int 32, and then multiplied by the current width. That should round it. Outcome of the Linux window machines. Window machines? What? The window managers. I liked Hyperland maybe to install on my system, but I learned how they worked, which is the main thing that I was going for here. So I do this, I do that, and it did not quite work. What? But maybe it's hard to tell with the way that the windows glitch. The way that, yeah, that is kind of hard to tell. But yeah, add to it the current width of the screen and then divide by the width of the screen, round and remultiply. Wait, what are you rounding is the question. Yeah, I used the parentheses wrong there. Still wrong. Okay, but you know the cool thing about this whole thing? Is I can just do this. And I can give it any size I want. Yeah, the US can just do whatever they want. How could you possibly forget that? All right. So looks a little stretched, but that's kind of what I was going for. And now I should be able to see it a lot easier. That did work. Yeah, that is working, actually. And if I actually do it without offsetting the window every time I do it, and then also the height gets changed to this value. And I have to get rid of these two. Otherwise, it's going to complain about unused variables, but they voted for Trump and they're starting to regret it. I sure fucking hope so. Voting for Trump in 2016 was a really bad idea. Voting for Trump in 2024? Was evil. There's nothing else to call it. Also, hey, maybe Maduro is going to be found guilty and become a convicted felon in the United States, and then he will run for president of the United States. Worked for the last guy. Also, it would be really, really funny if he was found innocent. Just saying. That would be really, really, really fucking funny. It will never happen, but it would be really funny. You know, unlike Diddy. It's like, this is working. No, it's not. No, wait, it is. No, it's not. Well, of course it's not. I'm not doing the calculation on the y-axis. Pointers? Wait, no, I was supposed to draw that. Oh, no. My bad. Okay, it does work. When you're not stupid about it. It does work. It does work. Okay, cool. Now, this glitchy thing, well, I have to figure that out because it's so annoying. Not sure about any resources to help you learn pointers. Honestly, if anyone knows anything in chat. After you're done with your OS, will you make a Minecraft CPU or GPU? No. No, thank you. As much as I enjoyed doing that back in the day, no. Minecraft is too tedious to build circuits in. I think we've all done it at some point or another, but, well, all. Not really. But like, I've done it, but it's not something I want to do again. I did buy a game that had to do with like circuits the other day, and I don't even know how it works. And it's past the refund period. By the way, I found out recently that Steam lowered its refund period from 30 days to 2 weeks. So I bought a game that really seemed like it claimed to be more than it really was, and couldn't refund it. But the one I'm talking about is Logic World. This feels like it is actually geared towards building circuits. Or maybe I'll play this someday on here. Yo, Jester is up. You're awake. He looks confused as shit. Okay, so this logic does work. I don't know if there's an easier way of writing it that isn't like divide by a value, round, and then multiply by a value. But that is the naive but intuitive way that I know to do that. And now we have this window manager. We've encountered several bugs. By the way, I'm gonna write down so I can take a look at them because I don't want to do debugging right now. Here. All right. I'll need to port shortcuts to the event system so that they no longer interfere with normal events. But yeah, I'll handle that eventually. I may have a way of handling that right now. Okay, let me commit what I have and then see. So not commit that actually. Commit that, those, and all of that. I'm not gonna commit this. Yeah, but probably shouldn't. And bringing you back to the size that you're supposed to be, which means using the current width here, 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 and here, and using the current height here, here. Digital Logic Sim? Sebastian Lake? Really? Whoops. Hold on, I'll look it up in a second. Why are you being weird? And why did my space just not work there? Alright. Let me look that up. Yo, nice. It's a game? Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Logisim.
For the sake of completeness, I'll go through.
Excuse you? Damn. Wait, this has been happening for a few months. I had no idea. Hello? I'm actually subscribed to him. I had never seen a single one of these videos being posted. God damn. Yeah, that really reminds me of this thing that I used in college. But God, is it old and ugly. This fucking thing. What is going on here? Wait, there's a Logisim evolution? Someone just made a fork of it. And it looks about old and ugly. Sebastian does have some pretty cool stuff, yeah. What's it been up to? Oh, okay, I saw this. But I didn't pay too much attention to it. I had no idea he posted this, for example. I saw this one. I kinda saw this one. And I probably should rewatch it if I want to do that eventually. I never knew about this one. For example, I remember this, but not this. You know what I really love? YouTube getting rid of the subscription tab. Because now if I want to look at the people that I'm subscribed to, I get some of them here. This is my streaming channel, so like I literally am only subscribed to 4 people, so it's really easy for me to see those 4 people. But like my actual channel where I have a lot of different subscriptions, yeah, I don't have a single place where I can go and see what the people that I follow have posted. And then when your channel gets not recommended anymore by the algorithm, then nobody fucking knows that you posted. Happened to him. Oh, who am I fooling? I've literally been complaining about that since I started streaming this year. Okay, I was gonna do something. I forgot what it was. I'm gonna do some window management in the meantime. So I already read all those. Definitely gonna download this later, check it out. But yeah, I said I might have a solution to the input issue, right? And it's essentially that I have the old system, which is keypress, and then I have the new system, which is event. So keypress is just the current status of the keyboard at the current time. So if I'm pressing 3 keys, let's say that I'm pressing these 3 keys, right? It looks like this. And then when I stop pressing like the E first, and then I stop pressing the Q, it looks like that, essentially. Each of these being a different key press. Whereas event instead just tells me key down Q, key down W, key down E, key up E, key up Q, and key up W. Right, so old system, new system. The problem is the keyboards, the shortcuts are still using the old system. And to be fair, it makes sense because you want to know that multiple keys are pressed at the same time without having to register like this key was pressed and then this key was pressed. But what I can do is just this. I'm gonna keep this code here, which is just fallback, because both of the systems that I said work at the same time. Although I will be deprecating the old system. Well, not really deprecating it, more so just turning it into only handling multiple keys pressed at the same time. Well, no, maybe I don't want to deprecate it. I don't want to deprecate it because sometimes, even if it's not a shortcut, you might want to register 2 keys being pressed at the same time. I can't think of any scenarios right now where that wouldn't be a shortcut. But hey, maybe you don't want to register the shortcut and let the system handle that for you. You want to handle it yourself. You have the key press system. But anyway, it's going to return a boolean that tells me whether a shortcut has been handled or not. And then all I have to do in the keyboard manager where I register the key press, so this logic right here, maybe it's not so trivial, so give me a second, let me take my time with it. Do you have an all-time favorite game that you come back to? Play Fallout 4 a lot. It probably is the one that I have the most hours in. As much as the story is mediocre, the game is really good. The gameplay is really good. Okay. I should be fine doing this, I believe. Yeah, not this though. This part needs to stay at the end. So that's just updating the latest key press so I can keep track of it later. But essentially, in the time when a key press is registered as being part of a shortcut, then there won't be an event generated. So that is to say, if my shortcut is QWE and I press QW, at first I press Q, then I press QW, then this will generate an event key down Q. This will generate an event key down W. And then I'm going to press the E, but this will not generate a key down event because it will be like, oh, hold on, this is a shortcut. So it's already been handled. I'm not going to generate an event for it. So that should prevent the issues that I am having, I believe. Feels that way. It's glitchy as hell, so that makes it really hard to tell what is going on, but yeah, it feels that way. And I should be able then to go back to using key enter and it won't actually enter the current program. But if I press enter, then it will. Okay. Somehow that ended up solving it. I didn't think it would be solved, but it was. And the best part about it is I don't need to handle shortcuts as events anymore because that didn't really make a lot of sense. They're already technically events, but they're handled by this system because it wants to know that multiple keys are pressed at the same time. And so that is nice. And the best part about it is I won't have to deprecate this old system anymore. If I want to check that two keys are pressed at the same time, but it isn't a shortcut, or I don't want the system to handle the shortcut, I want to make it maybe a shortcut that only works within my program, I want to handle the shortcut myself in my own program, then I can do it with this key press system instead of the key event system. Cool. That was surprisingly easy. Although I have to say, I enjoy the space system more, but you know, enter is going to be used for something else eventually, so it is useful to have. All right. That was surprisingly easy to do. Kind of surprised. And now that I removed that to do, I have a little bit of a question. When I started streaming all the way back in August, I had 77, 78 to-dos. Now I have 129. This one shouldn't really count, but no, wait, this wasn't here when I started because this is from the contributing and I created that after I started streaming. It's increased by not by that much. Because I feel like when in the early days of me streaming, I added a lot of to-dos. And I wasn't getting rid of any. Now I still have a lot of to-dos, but a lot fewer than I used to have. So not half bad. Pretty sure this isn't even valid anymore. Yep, so 128. 128 right there. C compiler. Damn, right, I remember you were doing that. It's not just an assembler, it's a C compiler. Damn. It can compile itself? Damn. Not bad. In 2 months, too. That's pretty cool. I'm just going through this really quickly to see if there is anything. You know what, XFAT? You're not getting supported. Sorry, bro. I'm probably gonna get rid of that entire file system. I'm just going through this to see if there's anything that I really need to handle. And I would love to know why all my modules now have a to-do next to them. Can I git blame 1 week ago? Yeah, I figured. Yep. Okay, I understand why these have a to-do next to them. I remember I removed one of them a while ago. I should have removed all of them. These to-dos here were never meant to be committed. They were from back when I was doing modularizing the kernel. I put a to-do next to all the modules that I needed to port still. And like I said, it wasn't supposed to be committed, but I must have not been paying attention, so I committed it. And now the only one that's left to do really is the networking one, but I should have a pretty big pull request coming in for that one, and that'll remind me to do it, so it's fine. All right, so it's a bunch of to-dos I got rid of there too. The boot process state machine is over-engineered, just use C. Yep. I have an entire state machine class in C++ just to handle like, if the system has just booted, show a splash screen. After that, show the desktop environment. There's also a login, which I'm not using, so incredible work. Pretty sure these two to-dos are the same one, but I'm gonna ignore that. This. Pretty sure there's still weird fucky stuff happening with virtual memory, by the way. It's been over a month since I fully implemented virtual memory, and it's still messy as hell. Pretty sure this is good too. I don't need this anymore. Dwarf. Oh, supporting Dwarf 4? I don't think so. I'm making my own compiler instead. And I'll never have to work with the Dwarf file system, file format again. Because goddamn is it bad. Alright, I've looked at enough, I believe. And it went down by 10. Not half bad. Might be able to get it back to 77 where it was. Can you imagine once I run out of to-dos entirely? That's it, the system is done. New file format Hobbit? Yeah. No. Gotta move to a... Isn't Hobbit copyrighted? Which is why D&D uses halflinks. Oh, because The Hobbit. The word Hobbit isn't copyrightable. But they have a strong trademark on it, preventing use in new works that might confuse consumers into thinking they're official Tolkien products. I don't think anyone would confuse my file format with a Tolkien product. But you never know. Dwarf is cool, it says exactly which file the error is. Yes. But do you know what a pain in the ass to get that information it is? Holy hell, it's incredible. You have to run a state machine, essentially. A state machine that seems like it was built just to piss people off. Pretty much. With the documentation that is so misleadingly written. It's insane. Go to JDH root and make your own architecture and bless the hardware with your OS. Right? I want to do that so badly. That thing that I had open, it's because I heard that someone made their own GPU. This thing that I had open. They used this, but I have no idea what it is. I just heard about it, so I opened it. I heard about it on a short, so it's not like I would know what it was even about. They could have made it simpler. They could have made the dwarf format so much simpler. It just suffers from over-engineering. From GNU over-engineering. It is what it is. It says the ELF format is not particularly simple, but they really outdid themselves with dwarf. ELF is not even complicated, by the way. It feels like, yeah, it's complex, but then again, a program is complex, so I get it. Who knows, maybe with the digital logic sim and a little bit of elbow grease, we'll end up creating our own CPU and GPU and FPU and ALU and all the U's architectures. But hey. I heard that Logisim Evolution is way better than DLS. Is it good? I saw it earlier. I didn't even know it existed. It looks about as old. Alright, just a second. UI definitely needs work. This is insane. My god, Discord is such an obtuse piece of shit. Fucking. Mm. Okay. Okay, so Window Manager is doing good. And I'm thinking of where I could test that everything when it comes to input works well. Doom would be a good place, but it's kind of crashing right now. So it wouldn't be a good place as of this very second. Maybe the Ghost game? That's worth a shot. Fuck. Oh no. Wait, nope. Shit. Okay, that's a problem. The Ghost game also no, because I updated the game engine, I made some breaking changes, and part of my build system, something that I need to do with the build system is choosing a version to use. And if I'm not wrong, I even tagged a specific version for the game engine that the Ghost game should be tied to, but it currently doesn't have that functionality. So, that means that I currently cannot compile it. So I can try the hack game. Though it's... Oh, come on. What is your problem now? I need to update its code. Ugh. It's one thing after the other. And yes, learning by doing is probably the best way to learn C. As of tutorial series, I wouldn't know, to be honest. Where are you? Every time I try to open this, I open in recent, and I'm always confused when I don't see my stuff there. Alright, so where do you have a problem? Here, right? Also in the Randlock mini game, that's here. Oh? Found the wrong format. It was at the top in recent. Seriously? Damn it. The game engine, right? Holy fuck. Wait, what? What? New lib? What do you mean new lib? I'm gonna use the old system, because this one's glitching a little bit. I need to make it configurable fast, too. Seems to know what I'm doing. He looks less confused than usual, I'll give him that. Does this not work? It works pretty badly here. But this is the mouse that's glitching, not really. I forget that. Can move around pretty well. It's lagging a little bit, actually. It's kind of surprising. I can run 2 instances of the game and it, well, it kind of looks like that, so maybe let's not do that. Okay, well, I think the input system works. Everything else, no, but the input system works. And okay, we're gonna get rid of this. Don't need it anymore. Got the stream manager. Is my stream really that delayed? No way, right? Connect your encoder to go live. My god, YouTube. You're useless. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. I want to see the stream delay that I see. It's quite high. It's not... Wow. The worst part is I can't really do anything about it because I'm streaming in 4K. YouTube is like, oh, you have to have a latency of like a minute to stream in 4K. Which, that would just delay the lag by a minute. It wouldn't remove the lag, would it? Just saying, YouTube. This is kind of a stupid thing. But yeah, I'm literally not allowed to stream at a low latency and high resolution. Okay, so Dwarf 4, you're not getting supported. Sorry about that, buddy. Sucks to be you, I guess. Yeah, just all of this, all of this, all of this, all of this. The only thing I'm not committing is the graphics. Boom. I thought doing that was going to be a lot more complicated. It ended up being super simple. Then again, I just kind of got lucky with figuring the math out. Okay, so... the way that the window system is now, it is capable of creating windows, moving to the next window, creating windows, creating a terminal, going to the previous window, going to the next window. I wish it didn't glitch as much. Wait, did it stop working? Oh my god. What is Zozing doing? Wait, no, there's no problem. It's just that the window's not focused. Yeah. Nub version 2? Damn. Hold on, let me see. Damn. Fuss? What does fuss of a man? What? Anyway, mice, I guess, have such weird ass buttons. Free open source software. Yeah, no, I understood that. I just don't understand what you meant with the other thing that you said. Okay, is there anything else that I can quickly add to the windowing system before ending the stream? I guess eventually I'll have to add like some sort of toolbar, like all of these systems have. I'm here waiting for it to boot. It's actually just broken. So what happened exactly? I feel like Virtual Machine Manager here decided that I was done with the installation media and just got rid of it. So and this one's still complaining about the old issue that I was having, so let's get rid of 3D acceleration. And also get rid of OpenGL. How are you still running? Yeah, it's not running. Guest shutdown. What shutdown? Alright. Instead of using Neri, I'm gonna use Sway to explain what I wanted to explain. Most likely I'm gonna want to have something like this. But I guess it's a matter of choosing what information I want to put up there, which is why I'm not doing it right now. Because if you look at what this one has, I'm not sure what this button does. It's deactivated. Now it's activated. Maybe it's like a sleeper agent. I'm not sure what the fuck I activated over there, but yeah. Again, it has my IP address. I'm not sure if it's always going to be my local IP address, or if it just thinks that my IP address is local because... I feel like it's going to be local IP address. But like, is that really information that is so important that you need to put it up there? I'm assuming that's configurable, but yeah. That's kind of weird. It has CPU information. If you click it, it does nothing. Okay. It has this, and if you click it, it also does nothing, surprisingly, because this usually is the icon for a... You can see everything, right? Yeah. This usually is the icon for like a menu, but apparently it's not a menu. You would think this would be selectable. Like, I'm assuming US means US keyboard layout. This shows the current time and date, and somehow it is January 4th, not January 36th. It feels like it's January 100th, but it's actually January 4th today. And then over here it has networking stuff. So if you're gonna really put my IP address, just put it here, bro. Like, what are you doing? Anyway, a bar like this is probably gonna end up being useful at some point or another. But like, I don't know what to put in it right now. None of this information seems super relevant. Also, not gonna lie, my system is not super configurable, so it's not like you you can do a whole lot with that information. Like volume, for example, I don't have that. Also, there's no reason why your volume should be shown all the time. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. Would really like to know what that activated deactivated thing is. It feels like June 6th million, 2006. I'm not sure if you misspelled 2026 or you actually meant 2006. This with the windows, I guess, is useful. I feel like desktop environments, like these things are a lot more useful for tiled window managers rather than, you know, Ubuntu having this shit. That's absolutely unnecessary. 2006 best year of your life. That was before, that was what, 5 financial crises ago? Not bad. That was bad when people used to be able to afford houses. Donald Trump was a reality TV star. Overall, not a bad year, I feel like. I don't know, I was a kid, but still. I feel like it wasn't a super bad year. Your birthday? Oh, wait, you were born in 2006? Is that what you're saying? Alright, that makes sense. Sorry about that then. Also, I showed earlier that my sleeve had a little hole, and it's just devolved into just breaking completely since the stream has been going. These past 4 hours, it's just been like completely destroying my sleeve. Also, I've been doing it personally. Suddenly feeling so old. I mean, yeah, 2006 was 20 years ago. God damn. Shit, one more year and it'll be 20 years since I moved to a country that didn't exactly stop existing yesterday, but like IDK. I don't know what to call it. But that was 2007, not 6. So, yeah, one more year. Not sure that the country has one more year, but I have one more year. Bye, MX. Okay, so I believe that might be the end of the stream. Like me at 1998. Are you talking about being born in 1998? Or you moved to Venezuela in 1998? Which one are you talking about? I'm assuming it's the first one. That still makes you younger than me, by the way. Oh, 20 balding somewhat. Okay, so you're not younger than me. The good thing about me, even if I was balding, I have way too much hair to even notice. And, you know, a Turkish doctor on speed dial. Just in case. Okay, so we have the beginnings of a window manager. I was gonna say a concept manager, whatever the fuck that is. A dog that's about to have dinner right now. And the end of the stream, I believe. So yesterday and the day before were focused on compilers. Today, back to OS development, window manager. For the foreseeable future, I'm going to be working on the window manager. I'm going to try to fix that weird glitch that is happening, with the windows like still showing on the screen. That's really annoying. I'm going to see if I can like fix it a little bit. And, now that you're way more likely to be going around and moving windows around and stuff. And I can also do it on my laptop. Hoping that it works a little bit better on there because it's a little bit slow, which is kind of expected. But I don't think it's a deal breaker. I think it works mostly fine. The biggest issue that it has is that it glitches, and it looks really weird when it glitches. But you can create windows with the keyboard. You can have a
Popat subscribed to your channel for 1 month.
tiling window manager. I took off my headphones right before that, and the message hasn't come in. Oh, Pipopad just subscribed. Well, thank you so much for that. And welcome. There's an ad about to start, so let me pause that and just end the stream. What was I saying? Yeah, so the glitch, hopefully I'm gonna fix it, and the window manager works pretty well, I would say. Oh, sorry. He was jumping on the bed and I like touched him and scared him. He was like locked in, preparing to jump. Song that was playing on standby. It's just something I made. Operating system and compiler development. Oh, that's the second one I made. I should be making some more, by the way. I have like a bunch of unfinished tracks. Should probably finish some of them. I have a lot of stuff to do. Anyway, I'm gonna try to fix that glitch, and yeah, the window manager that I have right now is it mostly handles full screen windows. It's not configurable in the slightest. See that glitch where the window is actually no longer being shown, but you still see it. Where these are two different windows. There seems to be a little bit of a glitch here too, by the way. Or it's just a redrawing that looks weird. I'm not sure exactly. But, oh, you tried to use Shazam on it? Damn. Yeah, no, I made it. I would have credited if I had, if I was using third-party music. Yeah, so the window manager is good. It is a little bit glitchy still, but we'll be improving on it a little bit. I'll consider how to expand like usual things that a desktop would have, like a little bar on top. Mostly just that, to be honest. A little bar on top is the main thing. The problem is, since I don't have anything to put in it right now, it's not much of a point to it. I do think with NTP, the system has like a clock, but I don't think anyone's going to be using this as their daily driver for probably for 2026. Who knows? Maybe. Hey, I don't know. Maybe I'll be using it as a daily driver in 2026. But it's definitely not a priority for it to have a clock right now, anyway. So I'll see what to do with it, how to make it a little bit more configurable, probably with TOML files, because I already have support for those and they're simple and yeah. I'll have to look into what algorithms compositing window managers use in order to handle, like, okay, I have a full screen window, you open a new one, I'm gonna split this one, or well, not split it, but like resize it to only half the screen, then take up the other half of the screen, and then a third window gets opened. Do I split all three into three different columns? Do I split into one window taking up half and the other two windows splitting the other half vertically? You know, those types of things. I don't know what those algorithms are called. But yeah, some sort of logic that all of these programs have to handle opening a new window and keeping it in place. Which is why a scrolling window, infinite window manager was the way to go for the first implementation, because it's simple and it goes with my already infinite desktop. And the other thing that I will have to implement besides that is also depth. Either windows are going to have a concept of depth, and so you can have two windows overlapping each other, and, you know, covering up what the other window has. Or, motherfucker, every single time I have to censor him. Or I don't allow that. Or, you know, through configuration, I will decide whether windows are allowed to be on top of each other or not. All right, but those are a bunch of design decisions that I need to make, as well as things that I need to implement. But most likely, I'll be implementing it next week, because I said that tomorrow I wanted to do a little bit of like a music stream with, what's the name of that program? Strudel? It is called Strudel, I just don't know where it is anymore. Damn it, I ran the ad instead of snoozing it. Ugh. Jester, are you serious? Are you serious, Jester? Alright, so now I have to wait for the ad to end. In the meantime, I'll just look for it real quick. I thought I had it open, but I closed it. But it's called Strudel. That's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna be baking this tomorrow. Pretty good. I do have a sizable German audience, so maybe I should do that. Or, you know, go to the actual thing that I wanted to use. Are you done, Jester? Great. Thank you. Let me see actually what this sounds like. Is that really loud? It's really loud for me, I can say that much. Alright. Okay, still one more minute of this. I'm gonna have to figure out how this works. But I do remember there being some like it shows you stuff that other people have made. Or not. I'm not gonna do it right now. More so if I think on my laptop I have another one open. This one? Yeah, but the URL is crazy. And I'm not sure how I got to this page in the first place. So... Wait, the original language is actually title cycles. Strudel is JavaScript version of it. Alright. Again, I'm gonna figure this out tomorrow. I'm mostly just stalling because I ran an ad by accident, and I didn't want to end the stream during an ad. All right, the ad is over fully. Okay, so this is what I'm going to be checking out tomorrow. Strudel is the live coding platform to write dynamic music pieces in the browser. I've seen it a little bit before. I've been meaning to check it out for a really long time. Before I even started the operating system, we're talking like over a year ago at least. And I never have. So possibly even 2 years. It's been that long. And I never have, so it's officially time to check this out a little bit, see how it works, see what I can do with it, and see about porting into the redacted OS. No, not really. Well, Strudel is JavaScript version, so definitely not that. But title cycles, I'm not sure what language this is written in, but you never know. All right, so that's tomorrow. Window manager stuff, I'm going to continue it on Friday, most likely, Saturday. Not sure, but next week. Same for the compiler. In the compiler, I'm going to make an AST officially. It's time. I think the parser is pretty good. It hasn't broken with the 2 rules that I gave it, so I'm sure it's not going to break with the about 500 rules that parsing C requires. So I think it's going to be good. Yeah. All right, we're going to continue doing the compiler design and window manager stuff. Next week, tomorrow I'm going to do some music stuff. Tomorrow's stream is in the evening, so about 24 hours from now, essentially, 7:30 CET, Central European Time, and 6:30 UK time. So I will see you then.